Hello. How is everyone? That's cool, I guess. We're playing Ace Attorney! The good one! I did forget pants. I was sitting around with no pants, and I was like, time to start the stream. And then I was like, oh no. Somebody said in the chat, it feels weird playing a Phoenix Wright game with no puns. First of all, there's a character named Herlock Sholmes. Second of all, there's a character whose name is Naruhodo, which is a Japanese pun that is like, I see. Which is the same pun that Phoenix Wright has in his Japanese name. Also, the dog is here. He's being fat down there. The Twitter account for this game still was like, eat your fish and chips, Naruhodo, and showed a bunch of sushi. So, here's hoping. They're eating a bunch of hamburgers. So, guys, we're going to be playing this game for one night and probably only one case. And the reasoning for that being will become incredibly obvious as I read many dialogues. As I read many dialogues. Several. Will I do an accent? No. Maybe. Probably not. Goose Attack says, I'm in for it. Fuck yeah, those pillar streams were great. They were not great for me. They were hard on my mouth and throat. How much voice acting did they put in this? Not much. I can tell you that. Not a whole lot. Drink water. Okay, there's technically water in this. All right. Let's thank some people and get into Ace Attorney. Boop. Well, I don't know where my button is. There it is. I found it. Shocker, shocker, shocker. Tiz86 gifted a sub. I saw that is your 442nd sub to this channel, Tiz. Thank you very much. Dank Jerry sub for 4. Hell yeah, racking up the months. Been waiting for this game since forever, but was so exhausted last night I fell asleep during case 1, so I'm going to have to catch the VODs. Hope you've been alright and happy courting. Thank you. Future City kicked in $5. Thanks, Future City 10. Shout out to Scarlet Nexus for being such a bland and just lukewarm, mediocre game that made me want to replay Astral Chain. I actually like Scarlet Nexus a good deal. You know, the game with better red and blue motifs in combat that isn't complete ass? I really hope Astral gets a sequel. Astral will probably not get a sequel. I gotta say, the combat in Astral Chain is better than Scarlet Nexus. But it can't be overstated, for me anyway, how much of an improvement it is to be able to play one of those types of anime action games on my PC, or at the very least, on a console that can handle it. That stage in Astral Chain where it's raining is unbelievable at how they want you to fight like a double boss in a secret area at like 9 frames a second. It's fucking stupid. Thickless Kappa kicked in a year. Thank you. He says that's like a couple years. No, it's not. It's 1 year. Thank you. Solric kicked in 9 months. Thank you, Solric. It's 9 months. Screw Activision Blizzard. Not even Ace Attorney can save them from that case. Yeah, probably. Talked about this on Twitter, but I was thinking about how, like, what a bummer it is that most of Blizzard's games are now tainted. And then I was like, well, my favorite one was the Warcraft 3 single-player campaign. And after the re-release came out, that was fucked up anyway. And that feels appropriate. RDNX, sub for your thanks, RD. 1 whole year following the Sigma male Pat Boivin. Please give the little ones head scratches and pets. Yes, I will. Thank you. Thank you. Hooded Lefty sub. Was sad to hear you weren't going to stream more stories too. Hope you at least find the time to enjoy it on your own. I've actually slowed down considerably now that I'm not having to grind for work. I still haven't beaten the desert, but I'm still enjoying it quite a bit. Mr. Rocket sub for 18. Thank you, Rocket. Sub message got eaten last month, so I'm sending it again now. My favorite thing about Ratchet & Clank is that earned upgrades in previous games, like the hookshot, grind boots, jet boots, etc., have all been rolled into his main moveset. Also, can't wait for Metroid 5. I feel like I read that, Rocket. I feel like I read that. But regardless, thank you. Jacato subbed. Hey, Pat. Been playing 14 and just finished 2.3. And about to hit Heaven's Word. Starting ARR was rough though. Wasn't near the end. Wait, wasn't. It wasn't near the end till I can say what saw. Starting ARR was rough though. It wasn't near the end till I saw. Till I can saw why people like the game though. Next step to the moon. 2.3 is like, if I remember right, it's like the jump off point because 2.4 and 2.5. 2.5 is great. 2.4 is a little stronger, I think. It's very sage advice, sub. Thank you. I was going back through old podcasts and remember Sega hired a Western dev studio for Sonic Heroes. Then Sonic Team stole their next game pitch and made it into Sonic Riders without their knowledge. Wow! Didn't know that. That sucks. Man, Sega's awful. Frostquill sub for 21. Thanks, man. It's been a wild ride so far. Looking forward to more over many more months to come. Love your streams, Pat. Why, thank you. Isn't that sweet? Thank you kindly. Master Key 420 Blunt Ninja sub. Thank you. Want to make some sort of asexual pun on Ace Attorney, but I'm not funny enough. I mean, it's kind of right there, right? Right? Because you'd be like, hey, I'm an Ace Attorney. Wow, you must be really good at your job. Nah. Just don't want to bone. Totally average at my job. You want to go eat hamburgers and not bone? That joke sucked. Jackie the Frost sub. It's too bad you're only doing a one-off. Means we most likely won't get to see the best Ace Attorney character ever, Sherlock Sholmes. Sorry, guys. I'm actually not even caught up on Ace Attorney. I have to go back and play Miles 2 and Spirit of Justice, and there's the other one on the phone. What's the other one on the phone? The Spirit of Justice and Dual Destinies. I haven't played that one either. Kemi Bell subbed. Almost a year sub. That's cool. Give the boys pets and boops lots of love. You're quite welcome. I will do that. Dullaman subbed. Dullaman's here, and like a cheesecake in the concept of linear progression, it's only going to be here for a moment. Yeah, if it did or didn't make sense, that's fine, but just want to come in, say hi, and call you nerds. Yada yada fate. That made no sense, Dullaman, but okay. Did I play Layton versus Wright? No, because I hate Layton games. Hate them. Hate them. Hey man, you gotta fucking, hey, my dog's missing. Okay, what do I do? To find my dog, you have to do a Sudoku. Like, I don't care. Stupid. Gloom Tangerine sub. Thanks, Gloom Tangerine. Saiyan Blitz used 500 bits. Thank you. Says, fun masked rider fat. The base suit of Kiva used actual chains. Then the suit actor complained. So they gave the super form earlier. Plus, his helmet is a jack-o'-lantern. I always love those little stories. Hey, how come your character transformed? Oh, because the costume was too heavy. Or, hey, how come this girl in this anime got a haircut? Because it was too much of a pain to draw. Hey, how come Naruto got a ninja headband instead of wearing his goggles? Because the goggles were a huge fucking mistake, and god damn it, they suck shit to draw. Hey, Toriyama, why is Cell the only character to have not been resurrected in some form? Because those spots are shit to draw. And so on and so forth. Mage Wart sub. Thanks, Mage Wart. As somebody who's been a fan since the SBF As somebody who's been a fan since the SBFP days, I just want to say thanks for the laughs. You're quite welcome. I hope you enjoyed my little song. And Moon King kicked in a subs. It's 25. Nice. You rock, man. I do rock, man. Yeah. That was me rocking out, bro. Nailed it. Nailed it. All right. Let's play a video game, as Paige would say it. Boop. Oh no, there's no sound. And it crashed. I'm noticing when I leave games running in the background and then go over to them in this, it crashes. What's up with that? Let's turn the sound on. I did it! Oh, thanks, Natalie. Appreciate it. Lawyers. Back when I first played the first Phoenix Wright, I had picked it up on the DS original, and I brought it back to my club space in my college, and I was sitting there like a dweeb yelling objection, while Fuggins was like, "What the fuck is that?" And then I showed him, dude, you yell objection, and then you do an objection, and you do lawyer stuff, and he was like, sick, and then he went and got it. These games are incredible. If you're not familiar with the Ace Attorney series, they're visual novel murder mystery games, in which you go on a little adventure and find clues, and then press people for contradictions in the court. And it's very dramatic. They're great. You can start with the Ace Attorney trilogy that's on the PC or many platforms, Dual Destinies, and then Spirit of Justice. on your phone, or the 3DS. Probably easier to do the phone or on BlueStacks by emulation. And now Great Ace Attorney is here on a bunch of shit. And I'm gonna play a little bit of it. You know what? I'm gonna play a bit of it with Plagan Danganronpa? No. Get that vibration out of here. That's right. This is interesting. There's a story baby mode. For if you're too baby for reading. Let's select our adventure. This is actually 2 different games. Adventures and Resolve. We're gonna be playing the adventure.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation.
That was a weird time.
Of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Oh my god. It's a murder most foul!
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Oh no! It was me! I killed him! It's the adventure of the Great Departure! Bienvenue au la Carnaval! It's the 22nd of November, 8:43 a.m. It's the Supreme Court of Judicature, the defendant's antechamber. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be that just beyond the doors of this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? How could it be? How could it be? How could it be? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer! Sorry. My name is Ryu Nosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. I bet you're wondering how I got here. That's enough! He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So will you fucking shit. Hold your tongue. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right? Ryunosuke. I have a really hard time with this guy's name. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. Ha-ha! There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. I'll just say Nick. Or Ryu. Ah. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not! You have to believe me! I didn't do it! I'm being framed! I'm set up! I can never murder someone! Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. It would be crazy for an innocent person to go to jail. You mean? I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryu. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in the second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I, star student in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergrad. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan anyway. Yeah, that's weird. My qualifications don't mean much yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm still proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know! I've been forever dreaming of this day. Of streaming abroad, that's right. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievement and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world? Exclamation point instead, actually? I'm really happy for you and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. He could never die! I want to bring about change in our legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too, but I guess I never will. Then come with me! We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. I hear the British are whores! If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'll better be going. Alright, see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. And commit a murder! Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. And then his ghost faded away. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? But why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems that there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go once then. I shall accompany you, and my name is not Maya, I promise. No, for realsies. Alright then, Ryu. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thank you, Kazuma. I will surely get off and nothing bad will happen. Ugh, this is awkward. If I may. Yes, sorry. That was the wrong intonation. You must be the defendant. Ryusuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. That's me. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. He's told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand, in Orange. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked. And never granted again! What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling he might have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? To be fair, Yusuke, you will be executed if he fails to defend you. But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? Why would the government of Imperial Japan do something asinine? I have no idea. The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it. I swear. I'm not a murderer. I don't even murder a little. Not even once. I'm sure that's true, nevertheless. I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court's about to begin! Proceed to the courtroom at once! You can tell the guards are evil because they don't have eyes! Ah, seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. No, it's out today, Astra. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asuki must not be the defense lawyer in the trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Dirtbag. Look at this dramatic shot. This is it. If the trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. Ba-da-da-da-ba. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny, which is a pun that's not working because this was translated. 22nd of November, 9 a.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom 2. So this is a courtroom. Wow. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power than this shit. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. They're all the same. They're literally all the same person. Except that guy, fourth from the right, is a little shorter. Lots of military and other uniforms here. The powers that have demanded this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryu. It's about to begin. Yo, the judge looks awesome! The court will now hear the trial of Ryu Naruhodo. Prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I'd like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for change of advocate. That's correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? Me! Who's going to defend me? That's the question. But then, if I say I do, then I'm my own lawyer. And to answer quickly, what should I do? Fucking do it. Me! Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. What's the meaning of this fucking shit? I would like to inform the court that I will be defending myself. You'll be what? Oh my god! Oh my! Can you believe it? Oh my goodness! Oh, what are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Makotoba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off. No, buddy. You've gotten me off many times before. I have all the trust in the world with that. It's just, I don't know if you'll be able to get me off in England. Well, on the off chance things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel. Which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Makotoba should have not stuck his nose in. Very well. Court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. I'm the loser, prosecutor. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel? Really? Objection! Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Yeah, totally! What? Where am I? Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered at the fact that I'm holding my sword like it's my fucking cock. Seriously, look at this. Seriously. Look at this fucking shot here. Look at that. I'm not crazy, right? Right? That looks like it's fucking fat dick poking out. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetuated a most heinous crime indeed. As you're no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. Extraordinarily clear, very clear. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you've undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? It means, are you gonna shit your pants during the trial, Ryu? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. Haha! I'm not even a lawyer. So let's start with the simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I care to remember. But, wait. Oh, I'm so nervous. I can't even remember that. What was it again? I'll have to look in my case files. Ryunosuke. Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? Ugh, you know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found within the court record. But I can't even find that. Just hit the button I'm going to tell you. You can access the court record with a press of the right bumper. If you ever find yourself forgetting something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press RB for court record? Alright, there's no time to lose even a little. This is the evidence you've collected so far. Now try switching to people instead with RB. I have the university collar pin. It's proof that I'm a student at the Imperial Yume University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. But off to people. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. Thank you. There's Yujin Mikotoba. There's Taketsuchi Ouchi. And the professor was John H. Wilson, who's a visiting professor of medicine. You shot a white man? You're going to jail forever. Big forever. How could you? So, remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim of the person and the people thing, and then hit Y to present.
Yes!
Yes is kind of a weird one. Oh, that's Watson? Oh, no. The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. What the fuck is... Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. Definitely not me, who has fucking never heard of it at all. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergrads from the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from whom the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? With a U! Because that's how you spell it, you fucking American. Anyway, but I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict somebody as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yeah, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit such a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think... Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was... But I don't have the cause of death. Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? What's evidence? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death, then select present. Do it now. Here's the post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 p.m. and was caused by loss of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body.
Yes!
Well... According to this document, The victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile. That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yeah, that's right. Yeah, a post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. It's much better. Oh, I see. So as long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later, you will be. The so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the court record. The photographic print of the victim is being entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print, huh? Well, that's something I've never seen before, because this is 18 whatever. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail's incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial! Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better appraise the court with the facts of the case, prosecution hereby calls its first witness who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. Ugh, this is it then. I think I might have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asuki must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Blue Wizard says, you're gonna kill yourself reading all these lines. Guess what? That's why we're doing this once. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the sweats. Control your sweats! Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first, you handsome, handsome bitch. Give me your penis. Dick. Dick in my mouth. Alright. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga, the head waiter at the Western-style restaurant called Le Carnaval. Yep. That's what I thought. Le Carnaval. Not La Carnaval, dumbasses. You alright? You seem to be coughing up some It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really should. As everybody knows, the capital southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. How do you know it's French, Pat? Angry Hamster, this is a good question. It could also be Italian, in which case it would still be a masculine noun. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, Perspiring, maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There's hardly anybody else in the place. Ahem. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Yeah, that was me. Hold on. Let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I did not shoot him. I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized, defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, you must quickly and quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today? Yes, without question. I'm dying. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait. What did you just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do?
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear Miradima, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. Ahem. I'm still dying. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you like to. Let me see. Sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you've clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? It's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. I'm gonna kill this motherfucker. So, the court has now heard a process of the case. Excuse me, I'm going to look at the court record. Ooh. Cool. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we're looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court, but I must warn the defense that if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Cosmo? What do you mean? Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Makotoba said it, and so is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. Excuse me. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? No, no, no! The accused is in fact innocent. Then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just gonna abandon that duty? Are you gonna give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. See how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Ouchi, please continue with the proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. This is super gay. The prosecution calls for its next witness. This is very homoerotic. Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. I'm a weird freak man, and this is my old man Freakazoid. He's also a sergeant. Myself, I fine employee as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd district. Curio Korakuta. Shit. Antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take the tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question. Always post noon. And not infrequently, converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that motherfucker's saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have had an interest in antiques, tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets the Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with a rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, a sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir. There was a black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. Soldiers claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You'll state everything you saw at the precise moment the incident occurred. Yes, sir. Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, the firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's action with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so, you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. That cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in... What the fuck? Okay, he just has a knife. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Yunosuke? Yeah, all I did was pick up the gun I saw laying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair the professor was sitting. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, bang. Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Yunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witness. Cross-examine? What does that mean? Do it now! As we have heard, Your Excellency, there's no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring the despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony of the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this... What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this shit? I am, the defense, man's the right to a cross-examination! Dear me or dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimark headband boy next door told me to do it? How pathetic. Huh? How do you know? Prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. Defendant obviously has no experience. How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination? Defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Oh, thank you, it's edible. Gulp! Cosmo's so commanding. Oh. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witness. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Yunosuke. But I don't even know what I had to do in a cross-examination. Isn't that obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statements. How? He didn't fire the gun, which means that soldier said had to be a lie. Well, yeah, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke! Don't let them beat you. Alright then, it's all or nothing. That little slap was adorable. Fucking objection! I mean, yes. What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency! I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we didn't already know? Well, obviously. That, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. Huh. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there's no place for an amateur student in this grand courtroom. Arg! Big frustrate! Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. Couldn't be more plain. Spell it out would be an insult to the court. Cosmo, what are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Iesinosa. Yes, sir. What, sir? Statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir. But no! That just can't be! And why not, cadet? Because! Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that's the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain that shit? What was that? Why's that guy got a baby? Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Iesinosa, did not see the defendant fire a gun at all. Wow, oh my god, that's absurd. I can't believe it. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There's no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Oh, shit! So again, a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up on the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? I'm old. Myself, I've already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? What? What were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Treasure? Indeed. The Hoya Koban, my prize coin. On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place it in my bosom pocket. A particular trinket of interest from my shop. In hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from me. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoya treasure. Believed that he would purchase such a rare find, I did not. But I was presented with a little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, there was no more, it simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table, I was, in case perhaps it may have fallen there. And then it happened. Kablams. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did! But I heeded it not, for I was only concerned with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. Huh, I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I'm sure everyone in the present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now! What's your position, prosecutor Ouchie? Haha, don't worry about it, man. Defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he'll find a wolf at the back. My witness has further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it'll become abundantly clear that there's only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryosuke Naruhodo. It was him, he did it, he was the murderer. He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well, court invites the witnesses to testify again. We will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir, at once, sir. Waiting to testify, sir. When I talk like this in these huge bursts, I end up getting really yawny, so apologies. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think? Affirmative. The newest member of the Noza family to rise up through the ranks, sir. It's Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido. Teen Shun? Oh. Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young lad in black. That much I saw it. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out.
Yes.
Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, he wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone must have seen her.
Attention!
You call yourself a lawyer, then you'll respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It's evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. This is the photographic print of the scene of the crime, Counselor. Indeed, of the table which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can be plainly seen, there's only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print. It would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. That's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with her. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. Witness testimonies we've just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? What you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. Now's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses. Make it quick, understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Ugh. Press!
Yes!
So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? Let's not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support the statements as well. This can clearly be seen. There's only a single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one. No. Antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible they're all lying. But if so, then why? Perfectly honest, I have no idea. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Oh. What's the matter? I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. I'm fucked. No. Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. You can't expect witness statements to be full of holes every time. So just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean? You can choose either press or present against each of the witness statements. If a witness is saying something you're suspicious about, press him on it with LB. With a little luck, might get more details, which could prove to be crucial. Right, I see. The important point is there's no sense in holding back. If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witnesses on it, and press them hard. Alright, go for it. Got it. Press them like blocks of tofu. Professor wasn't alone in the restaurant, I'm sure of it. One way or another, this cross-examination is going to prove I'm right. It's time to press them for all they're worth. My fate fucking depends on it, god damn it! They're gonna kill me!
Yes!
You must have noticed somebody else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Attention!
As you've been pains to point out time and time again, I feel like I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of the woman. Arg. Only there had been more people dining there at the time, then somebody else would have noticed. Fortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. Quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course, the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was. This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It's a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hada Clinic? Yes, that would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th of November, noon to past 1 p.m. Very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. Prosecution felt no need to submit this as evidence before, as it really had no bearing on the case. I wonder, what do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request it to be entered into the court record as evidence, and you think it could be useful. Should I ask for his medical report card to be submitted as evidence or not? Yes.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be put as submitted as evidence. On what grounds? Court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention the victim's movements prior to this arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they're of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. Court will grant the defense's request. So these days, ever asserting their rights, it's a disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. What we need right now is new clues. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right. I hear you. Huh. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like. But it's the day after the festival already for you. I don't understand these references. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Kuroda-san. Oh, I can't examine it? Let's press.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What do you mean? Clearly remember. There's a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed? But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said the victim was alone. That's right. Precisely. In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the crime scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. If no such proof exists, then the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It's a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yeah, but I don't feel like it changed much. Can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. You mean this? Yeah, this is a brand new piece of evidence. Perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. It's going to be... It's going to say that Dr. Wilson should not be eating red meat. Notice some pieces of evidence bear magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Hit A and you can take a closer look. Use the right analog stick to move it around. Lord Richter says it says that he can't have alcohol. No, that wouldn't contradict anything because he's sitting next to a bottle of carbonated water. You can move the crosshairs around and shit. Crosshairs pulsate, that means it's good shit. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use all this shit and buttons. I'm gonna look at it. It says Hada Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Are they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I'd imagine. I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. Ever, ever. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then. Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and they demand lots of money for you for the privilege. And that's when you're your lowest ebb. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they use laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you from feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. With this new information, meaning of that one particular statement totally changes! I think it's time we listen to the testimony again. Don't you? Definitely! No, he wasn't, motherfucker! Yeah! Well, I think, but what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could. First and foremost here, I'm the accused. You know, Skye, everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I really wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Cosima. I can see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Big titty mommy milkers. Big milkies. Very large milky time. Big bazongos. Objection! Koda-san, this is medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, dear me. Have you forgotten my word so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But, let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at a restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. But that's, remember, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial. Witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. Medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there's no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated the crime. He finally did it! This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. You really believe that? What? The uppers have petrified. Of course I believe it. How can it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hata Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic! Motherfucker! Dental clinic, is that supposed to mean something? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up here and here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure with the anesthetic wears off. What? No, that can't... Korakura-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard. When he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that can't possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just one of his teeth extracted, was still experiencing the effects of the anesthesia! Expertly done, partner.
Objection!
Well, what is this? What is this nonsense? You little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Huh? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beef steak? Court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of your turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been an as of yet unknown third party! Obviously, it can only have been somebody else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion was that there was somebody else there eating it. Ugh. With strong evidence to support our assertion, it's clear the witness testimonies are unreliable. The court decides to push this through a ruling at this stage. We will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly. God, oh my god. Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them! Those two witnesses in the stand! What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving out your testimonies, obviously you'll be charged with perjury. Perjury? And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing, as an accessory after the fact. Complicit in murder? No! Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. We're just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. Oh. What? What'd you just say? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now, hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What's the meaning of this? These witnesses, they gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. It was a white woman. They're crazy. Order. Counsel, explain what's going on here. Painfully clear now. You try to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? That's classified. Prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Yonosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by somebody with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchie had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any idea who might be behind this? We can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, and we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How could we possibly? Remember how we made progress before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I want answers. It's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated. I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait. Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this shit. I swear on every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency. No time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my fucking head. It was you. Is it the butler? It must be the butler.
Yes!
You always know you got it right when the music stops. That would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stage earlier?
Objection!
My category isn't set. Yeah, it is. Hold on a second. Literally said it earlier. What the fuck? Did it? It's not? Huh, hold up a sec. Because I said it like yesterday. Oh no, shut up, me! No, shut up! Oh no, shut up, me! No, God, no! No, shut up, no! No, God, no! That was a little awkward, wasn't it? That was a little awkward. Wow, I had totally said it. And... oh. That's bullshit. The game I had set it to no longer exists as a category. Because the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles was not a category this morning. But this morning, the Great Ace Attorney Adventures was. That's stupid. My mom exists as a category? That's right. She exists as a category of specifically nice lady because I love my mom and she is great. Much better than your mom who's a dirty whore. All right. I was specifically talking to one person, guys. Relax. Most of your moms are fantastic. In the sack! All right. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention that even a head waiter could not have possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If that is, in fact, the man were truly a waiter. What? You truly were. Come on up, mouse. Time to hit this court with the motherfucking truth. Truth about Satoru Hosanaga's real identity is proven by this evidence. This motherfucking business card. Oh shit! He's a police. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga. Yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected. It's his job title. His job. Oh, Chief Inspector. Primary Criminal Investigation Division. Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? He's a cop. I have no idea. Let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. And they're wielding it somehow here. The waiter's business card has been changed to the cop's business card.
Yes!
Plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree, it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said, the front! Yes, it's the front of the back of the card! That's where the telling detail is! Somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say. Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter's a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witness there on the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this might happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. This is where he fucked up. This is where he fucked up. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say, you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I'm not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to the case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga. But you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We've just heard new information from the two witnesses besides you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. That is indeed true. Clearly, you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to the other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim slumped in his chair. Beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? I mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if she was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. Empire views friendly terms of its relationships with Great Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect, well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Cosmo? Ime University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. The court demands you name the lady! Name the lady! The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She's indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of UMA University's medical facility. What's happening here? I admit under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene. And I ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It's now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered, this premise is false. It would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point. But Your Excellency, we're gonna miss the noon deadline. It's all England. Our government gonna be mad. Calm yourself, counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau! As I said before, it's my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. This guy's got TB real bad. Court will adjourn briefly. Prosecution must call the English student, Giselle Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency! Good. Then we'll have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. It will be continued in just a full few moments. I would like to save my progress, thank you. Yes. What's TB? It's tuberculosis. Excellent work, man. That was superb. Ugh. My heart was in my mouth the whole time. Could you replace it with something else in my mouth? It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there, you were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, knees knocking, and you were grinding your This is just out of control. Do you remember how, like, everyone was, like, super hot for Mia? I feel like they're doing it for this guy. It was a grim sight. Before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't want to ever see a courtroom again. Definitely not 9 more times. Haha. Anyway, looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain. Is she? That's what I was trying to tell everybody from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? You might not be overly confident in the courtroom. My powers of observation, one thing I am sure of. I can see that. So, about this young gentleman. Thanks to our detective friend, she is hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor, and just after I bent down and picked it up, a blamzo. Didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by that detective, he apprehended the suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I had no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Professor Makotoba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned all this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Cosmo? Huh. So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Cosmo, how could you? Oh, no. Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, you said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor. Did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMass, and it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight, right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then, I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I need that we may need. Of course. Good luck, Cosmo-sama. Ooh, small. And he's like, ew, girls. Gross. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. Before those old fossils know what hit them. Cosmo. That was really cool. What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you'd believe me then, fairly certain I've already been found guilty by now. If this girl's a redhead, I'm gonna seethe. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Oh. Coming for you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really gonna give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this just isn't my battle anymore. Whatever we're against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from the Yume cafeteria. The extra large portion, of course. Aha, aha, aha. Court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young Striplin, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Ugh. Sorry, man. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely the good relations we forge with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. We still think it's something to worry about when the new treaty breaks down our nation founders? Again, terribly so. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up! Just shut up, you fucking idiot! You and friend, you don't know shit! The nation's in a tough spot. We gotta get on the British dick. Diplomacy's important. And political maneuvering's good. It's based. Won't deny that I'm not an expert. I'm not based and red-pilled like you, Ouchie. I'm just a student. And I could probably study harder. Standing here in our Supreme Court is one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future! Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror, you little brats! How could you motherfuckers? This court's the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, the trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett. Excuse me, I must text Peach Saliva. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Yes. Your Excellency. Yo, that bitch is evil. She got a whole swan on her hat. What a welcome, white woman. Tea. Somebody bring tea to this bitch. Is that true? No idea. So, what could we possibly trouble you? State your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I've been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival, but my... Yes, we know all about you. Where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh yeah, I think I did say that, huh? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Shit. She only speaks English. Terribly sorry, dear lady, but what? This is a great detail. Her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student currently enrolled in UMay University's medical facility. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Yeah, she's like, oi! I'm a research student from jolly old England. Eek gads. Oi! far as I can tell. The detective's translating your words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Ah, you'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. Court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called the Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were in the dining hall with the victim there, Dr. Wilson at the time. Is that correct?
I totally was me. It was me. I was there. Jolly old the Queen.
Crumpets? She says yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese.
Oh, apology, Governor. Didn't mean to disappear from the scene. Had to go to the university schooly time.
Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Oh, now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photogenic print? Seeing as you were unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps?
Oh, I did see the shooty scrimblow. It was that fellow yonder. He was scrimbling the blimblows.
Apparently it was very frightening and sorrowful. Do you mean to say... Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in a scrimbly bimbo... bimbo... Crimbo. Your Honor, I have reason to believe this man died of scrimblo poisoning. Did you hear that? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement by somebody whose speech we can't understand. Well, looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, will have to formally ask you to testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you describe. Bippity bop bop fish and chips. Oi. Is this a fucking joke? I had arranged to meet a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson. My controller died there for a second. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself. Only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him! I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. It's a condemning testimony indeed. Yes, it's very, very condemning. No, I don't have any kind of argument with the professor at all. Quiet, you filthy wretch. Whoa. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. A Snow White angel. Sure, even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court's gonna believe. What the fuck, dude? Just because she hot? Still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're quoted like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. Ugh, but he's so annoying. Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from the lady, the two witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. Testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she was today. Really? There's nowhere about a person where she could conceal a firearm. There's a whole goose on her head, man! The goose could have done it! Yeah, sure. Okay. Just give me a second, guys. Gotta take the trash out.
Let's go. Let's go.
Hello, I'm back. After I changed the carpet, I figured I might as well go to the bathroom, and I did. Alright. She could have hit a gun anywhere. That bitch. What? Unless the precise location where they hit a weapon can be shown, this is moot? There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. These are the witness's own words. It's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't even think about doing that shit, bro. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we'll need to pull her testimony apart. You may now cross-examine the witness. Who is evil, by the way? Nothing weird there. Nothing weird there. That's not right. Also not true. Alright, fierce argument. Press! I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over and say hello! Please, don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't. It wasn't you. It's for the lady. I mean, you weren't right. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? This Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. She does. She clearly speaks Japanese. It's such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, only in the presence of a beautiful woman. Huh? Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. So I had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up, Zangief! Don't fight the vacuum. After that was when I finished my coffee and stood up to leave. I did not do that. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. Like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Zangief. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Well, yeah, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there's somebody much closer to the victim than me at the time. The highly suspicious lady in the stand! That will do you right, scoundrel. Dirty. Your baseless accusations could cause an incident. An international one, boy. It seems to me, the accusation is just as baseless as ours. That's what I thought. What nonsense. The lady's merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyway.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely. I verified it personally. You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. Distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? Honorable English gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There's obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. Think what you will, but if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. The lady wishes to point out, of course, she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that you had your office, had you tell her to get the woman out of there. No. Get her out of here. There. I just urged her to leave. Lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime, which is why she was only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement's very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm just exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons, you jackass. Well, anyway, it's our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seem even slightly off to you. Do that, and an opening will present itself. I promise you. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner hiding behind a mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Time to press every statement!
Yes!
After 2 p.m., in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue, isn't that right? No. Ugh. Decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentleman is. Would you fucking calm down? So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak.
Yes!
Why carbonated water? He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at a clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before you answer? Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean... it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's correct, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience. I've traveled to such a distant island on the far side of the world to be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. Fucking calm down. So the victim, Dr. Wilson. Had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right. Other than some carbonated water. Just water. Yeah. The professor was able to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Huh. They each raised a glass of carbonated water? What do you think, Ryunosuke? About this last statement? It's meaningful. Add it to the court record, please. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is the profound bearing? Aren't enough glasses in the photo. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. Defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony, please. Well, sidestep, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to be your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Cosmo. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from the experience than that, Ryunosuke. Uh-oh. There's only one glass.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. But it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is, well, it's odd, very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. What is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. You're quite right, counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutiae? Possible differences the presence or absence of a glass make on the case.
Objection!
Minutiae, you say. Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what'd the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was all so terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I had been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or two in her state of disarray? That's absurd! Oh, really? So do we take it that you're now going to accuse this vulnerable young and beautiful woman of mischief? What? No, this is mischief, dude. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England that they can put guns in. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that the glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. The student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. But in the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Fuck no! If you want to pursue this matter further, you're gonna need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry English handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There's no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right! Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't be seriously suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yeah. Did you or did you not search Miss Jezebel Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order. What's the meaning of this, Inspector? Meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have... Why didn't you search the fucking sand? Why? That's your bungling incompetence. We'll have to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Cosmo? I do. This bitch gonna go Super Saiyan. You know it. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. No. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because... it was unnecessary. In what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. You forgot you had a high-tech photograph? This is a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You see through right to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London. at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there's no need to search the lady's bag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ah! As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Wow. Somebody asking how the phone/DS games are on BlueStacks. They're good. They work well. Order, order. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once, please. Certainly, Your Excellency. All right. Think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness. Excuse me while I look at the court record. Why does he have a bowl on his wrist? Is that a Dr. Watson thing? Court's now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance, I'm satisfied there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of the crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start! Cosmo? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean, this is it? Must say you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, the strong eat. You're wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. I'm really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? Cosmo. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Cosmo. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well. I'll now proceed immediately to the ruling. Seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find... Wait! Your Excellency! Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet. This amateurishness is getting out of hand. His Excellency deems the trial is over. He gives his ruling. This is the most basic protocol of the court.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print you submitted appears to have no further significance, there's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then the ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. It's blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentleman was carrying on the day in question. Can't be any problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court scrutiny. However, fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. My thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate. This isn't a wheeze. That's it. The chair was staged! The chair isn't visible in the other photo! Something about this photograph doesn't seem right. Only I could put my finger on it. I'll grant you a final opportunity. Be warned, if I'm unsatisfied by your response here. The trial will be over with immediately. Make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, I feel like they want me to look at the bull, but like the actual thing is the chair. The chair's in the wrong place. Well, we'll click on the bull. It's gotta be the chair.
Yes!
Just here, I feel sure that around this area there's something extremely significant.
Objection!
What's significant? Is your inability to positively identify anything wrong with... What? I concur. I praise the prosecution for its quick-wittedness. Notice the handbag, but you need to look further. Examine everything. Otherwise, you might miss an important clue. Always try to see the whole, and don't be blinkered by the individual details. I know you can do it.
Hold it!
It's not that deep. I mean... It's actually faster to reload, which is, I think, funny. Like, it's way faster to reload.
Yes!
Look at this! It's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That's true. It's like a burn. Or something.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what that new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say? Of the victim's wrist? Clearly it has nothing to do with this magnificent lady's handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark. You're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing a post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? No possible way of knowing either. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Ouchie points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Oh, of course, dear lady. Shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Yonosuke? You believe the burn has something to do with the case? I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, it's all over. So I was thinking I should just keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. You're right. I am? We can just link that burn to the case. We can do that. Might be able to freeze the shutting of the door back open. Just give it up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is a little more than conjecture. But if we add evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? find some link between the burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence. The burn proves that burn. What's the burn? So the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. It's the hot plate! Yes! Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really prove inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer, if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is here recorded ever forevermore. Oh, hello, kitty. Hello. Hello, kitty cat. Hello. Okay. Bye-bye, kitty. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? This shit! Motherfucker! The beef steak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of the Carnival. The emblem on the plate. And the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. You genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have had suffered this burn while he was at the restaurant!
Objection!
But even if that's the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. Most likely happened at another unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And, although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, and that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken about 3 seconds. It's inconceivable the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet, Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Alge? Yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear him scream? I almost don't believe it. Do you think? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap! There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already dead. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting? Yes, it's only possible if one man was already dead. Already? Dead? Knowing that we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead! That's madness! Order, please, everybody chill. Explain this absurd notion. The victim was killed by a gunshot, was he? Or was he poisoned? This is just another ridiculous ploy by the working student. Clearly, he has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie. It's you who has no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, his whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. Certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. Sorry to say, Miss Brett, you'll have to forget your lunch and engagement. But Your Excellency, justice system in our country may be in its infancy. But rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. Damn it, she knew! That white woman was lying! She can speak Japanese! What's up? Don't show. Oh, that's super good. That's super good. I think that's super good. You did a great job. Very proud of you. Hey, I love you. You should just post. Yeah. How's he been? The dog. Yeah. but he love you.
Stepping on my hair.
Well. Did Paige hand me a picture of dick butt? Better. Paige, this court case is wild. There's a white woman here who speaks Japanese. She's evil. No, she's evil. Yeah. Her name is Giselle Brett. Well, she's from England, so you know she's evil. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? Is it because you're a fucking bitch? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. What a bitch. She's got a whole goose on her head! As a gentleman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. And she's a racist! Japanese. That's a swan? Whatever, she got a whole bird on her head. Remember, this is 1800s Japan. The British are evil in this time period. That's just a fact. I don't know if you guys know about England, but they had a good 1,000-year period just straight evil. The British are evil in this time period too. No, I don't want to eat a basil. I do not want to eat a basil. All those herbs you give me, they just taste like grass. My ass is grass. But it seemed the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. That's right. Do you know what part of English chivalry was practiced right up until the early 1900s? It was that you would not take your overcoat off in the presence of a lady. Do you know why this is? It's because with that... That's exactly it. That in Victorian England, because of a lack of access to bathing, you would not take your coat off because if you did, you would blow out pit stink all over the room. Well, they're all sealed up, man. Yeah, that's what you're for. Look what you're Yeah, you're warm all the time. Yeah, you're doing a great job. Ultimate woman over here.
You don't need anything except you gotta be kind of warm all the time. That's what a lady is.
A lady runs a slight fever at 102 degrees centigrade. So I can see that I'll have to lower myself to communicating with you on your own level. Oh my god, this bitch. The audacity. Oh, you're the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. You look at us with disdain and tell us our dicks are disgusting. This is exactly what I was looking for. That's what he said. This is direct translation. I read it. I see. In this case, Miss Brett, I'll ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally gonna hear our own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. If you need any convincing that the British are evil, need I say anything more than Doctor Who? I mean, come on. Come on, people. That shit sucks. Alright. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt into his wrist like that. Blah, 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 blah. I'm having fun. I'm gonna be tired after this. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed... I don't know why I'm doing this accent. Crikey, governor, no, it couldn't have been nothing but a gunshot, bruv. There's some other war late lost man can leave killed without choice. So take this, show me. Oi. Of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick it up on it anyway. You don't think her accent is Cockney? I don't care. It's the most captivating, beautiful testimony. We'll go down to core history. Thank you. Easy does it, guys. Put your dicks away.
I do hope that's the last time I'll have to search only more lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me, I do hope I haven't insulted anyone.
Oh, not at all. I love your bullshit. It seems very clear from your testimony this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant.
I'll be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what happened here today.
Minister of Justice?
May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. I'm the queen. Amen.
Huh? Oh, thanks. Is that a prayer then? What is that? Forgive the irritation, Miss Brett. Cross-examination. I expect you've noticed this little bully of a student, as you put it. Doesn't miss much. Don't need to remind you, counsel, this will be your final cross-examination in this trial! You failed to demonstrate any problems with this witness testimony! I'll be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Excuse me, I think the dog's trying to break into the trash can. Saggy! What are you doing? Don't you look at me like that. I heard you trying to get in the trash. Thank you. Zangief? Yeah, I burped in your face. What are you gonna do about it? Why'd you burp in his face? To establish dominance. Sit. High five. Speak. 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 Good boy. No. Lie down. Ah! I love you. All right. Yeah, Your Excellency. You may proceed with the cross-examination. Come on. Jump up. Couch. Couch. Hey. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Zangief, come here. Okay, so here's... Hey, guys. Hold on. We're gonna play a game. Play pig dog game. Okay. Hand. Zangief, high five. There we go.
Sit. Hey. Sit. Good boy. Good boy, yeah. You're a good boy, yeah. You're a good boy. Come here. Come here. I want to hold you. You're being bad. But I love you. Alright. Well, the water brought my steak, and we raised our glasses. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other balls a gunshot. If there's some other way, you could do the. What about poison? Come here. Without leaving a trace. If someone's shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height. However a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. Quite right, dear. As our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased. Give me no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? What is it? What is it? I said I always aim for flawless shit. There would be no physical traces of all those causes of death. That's true. Now maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If heaven forbid you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument, oops, I forgot the mouse, falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh, perish the thought, calling a sweet young lady's innocence into question. Oh my honor, I will cut down any who dare, whatever. An asshole. Way of killing somebody that leaves no trace. Would be a glass of poison, but then you would have to hide the poison by stealing the glass. Evidence, huh? Let's see if we could find any poison. I don't see any poison here. Gotta press. Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later exam. In this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. The Carnival's open for business as usual today, just days after. Exactly. Which means even if the investigation takes a different angle, vital evidence might be... Doesn't even occur to your name. He doesn't have TB. He's coughing because he's poisoned. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. Ah, killer blow. The lady's formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing! He's actually admitting our policeman before. Perhaps Rossicure Ouchie is finally starting to see sense. Very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up anything new. Yeah, as is suspected. She's a tough witness. Need to find a way to break her testimony. Then the cross-examination will be over. That would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find the chicken or onion. Cosmo? What? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about our Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her. Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yeah, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. Might be present in an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. You think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then, I wonder what Cosmo's thinking.
I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean? Okay.
Wait.
Yes, there it is again. Detective's reaction is the same as before. But why? Up until now, the detective's been in the stand when Miss Brett is her interpreter. Things are very different now. This testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to somebody else speak, you find they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost his own thoughts. It's time to pursue that man in his train of thought. Sorry, pursue? I'll explain how to do it now, Ryunosuke. It's all to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person making the current statement. By moving the marker left and right with the left and right button, you can turn your attention to other people. While you're looking at the other witness, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so first I should move the marker across, and then focus on the detective. Pursue him with A. See what's on his mind!
Wait.
Pursue!
Excuse me.
Ah! What's the meaning of this shit? Ah, I'm fucking dying here. Help me. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say. There's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What's the meaning of this shit? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. You can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective's in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yeah, if you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady's right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as they use in Great Britain, which is why I always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? What the f... Well, looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz. Having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. Time's coming. Guarantee it. Ahem. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Miss Brett. I'm gonna look at that fucking bottle. Label's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Cosmo? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Huh. Well. I mean, I could read it if they showed it to me. I thought for sure I could look into the bottle and see something, but oh well. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well, counsel. You may resume the cross-examination. The inspector will kindly control his fervor. Ahead. Let's take a look at the evidence, shall we? Looks right. Present. Water!
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there's one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from his bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? What? What's poison? Could it be the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order, motherfuckers. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor, unable to slip the poison into his drink? Only one person. Jezebel Brat! It was you!
Objection!
It's outrageous to suggest such a thing without any evidence. You little rickety imbecile. Have you ever considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in? If you've forgotten, you've only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire. The Vegas thing would have been bullshit.
Objection!
Who cares? It's not a political arena. It's a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth. Ahem, if I may. I'll silence you forever with this disgraceful attack on the Loyola. It is you who should be silent. Where'd that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offered my most humble apologies. Sorry, lady. What are you referring? I describe your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? The poison wasn't in the bottle! The poison was in the glass! That's the trick! Strive for flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What'd you find? I ordered a test for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. You find no trace of any poison or any description of the bottle of carbonated water. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! No! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, the pleasure was all yours. Ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if used to poison. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, by his own admission, was holding this weapon. It's the only possible culprit. I'm done for. Court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brown. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Cosmo? I'm sorry. I have nothing more. I do! Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Makotoba! The crime scene investigator's daughter! Isn't that... What's the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Makotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Makotoba? In my darkest hour, nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. In her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Oh, that's it. Oh my god! This is way by far the longest fucking Ace Attorney tutorial case. Like, not even close. They're usually half this length. Less than half. Oh. Well, I understand you're the judicial assistant of the defense, but why the sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! Judicial assistant, and a woman no less. I hate them. The rules state, females aren't permitted into this court of law other than to testify, because the law of the courtroom is not a kitchen or a pregnancy area. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ha, you're too late, little girl. This trial's already been concluded. Ha ha, this courtroom's a sham. What is this, Activision Blizzard? 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency, I'm most grateful. Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. Please. Report about something. Written in English? Oh, no! It's Giselle Brett's research. English of this. After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical facility, faculty. Borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? I'm afraid I don't know. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh, yeah, she wasn't here. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subject. Curare? What's that? I've never heard of that word before. Time's up. Prosecution demands immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. Too little time for me to read it in detail. I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Goodbye then. Good luck. Oh my god! That was crazy. They were like, get out of the court, woman. You have a vagina. Get out of my fucking face. And she disappeared like a ghost. Can you guys do that?
This dog was chewing on this.
Yeah, he loves it.
Bed, and I went, hey, and he was so surprised.
Wait, he threw it away from himself
I
to...
swear on my mother's life. Like, I don't know if he was just startled and it shot to the wall. Like, I think it was in his mouth and he just, like, whipped his off.
No, I'm gonna believe that he tried to cover up.
I don't think that's the case. I think it's more that he had it in his mouth and he whipped his mouth and threw it to the wall. But, like, it looked, and I just looked at him and he just was like, ugh.
Zangy, if you've given your mother trouble... I showed them the nothing trick. I showed the chat, and then I did this, and I put it in his mouth, and he was like, no. Paige tried to disappear, but only ended up becoming more visible. That's pretty good.
Can you bring it to me?
We can't detain our English guest any longer. That bitch has a duck on her head. Whatever. Birds are awful. I asked the prosecution and defense one last time. Does either side have further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but I do actually. I have a little bit of evidence. Prosecution's made us. You know what? Can I look at the fucking court record right now? I can! A poison made from the bark of trees in the jungles of South America. Paralysis and subsequent death in minute doses. The above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound, such as that inflicted by a dart. Could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full-body paralysis must be found first, or people would die. She could only poison him after his dentist appointment. We're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, defense does have new evidence. That look, the unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Okay. Well, Miss Brett. Yes, Your Excellency. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer. A delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. Seems I wasn't clear. I realize I phrased it as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. I've said it many times before, but Japanese language makes no sense. Yep, well, fuck off, bitch. You know, I think I watch a lot of Law and Order. I think my favorite part of Law and Order is like when McCoy or someone's like arguing with a judge and he'll say something like, Your Honor, surely you can't. And they're like, yeah, I can. I'm a judge. What are you gonna tell me I can't? Your evidence is out! Like every time. So, counsel, what's the new evidence that demands the court's attention? The poison!
Yes!
Ms. Giselle Brett, I understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at UMA University, doing research. Poisonous research! Research by sheer coincidence, perhaps. Into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What? What complete and utter nonsense? Curare, you say? Never even heard of it. It's from Brazil. You wouldn't have. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist. Correct. Which means, no matter what test the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify curare. Why? Because there is no test available that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Order! 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 Counsel, does the deadly poison truly exist? According to this report, authored by the visiting research student from England, Curare has long been used by the tribes people of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. So to lace their arrows. The report states that it's produced from the extract of a tree grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, not dungeon, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery! These aspersions are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain. The other diners would have surely noticed. Except it's a paralytic poison! You die of respiratory distress! Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. Explain yourself, motherfucker! The moment the toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they were in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse onto the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Cosmo. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. It also paralyzes your lungs. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison causes immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe, it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim's conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. It's pretty bad! To the observer, it would look like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Counsel, actually contains this terrifying poison. This is all very convenient, isn't it? Hitherto unknown poison from which there's no means of testing. What a happy tale for the defense. Ahem, if I may. All these facts, you think you're so clever, but you must be taught some manner. It is you who must be taught. Ooh. Of course. Dear lady, come in. I bet you the swan's alive. So this is how you Japanese behave, huh? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them. I'm appalled! What a loathsome act! Well, Miss Brett, the feeling's mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree? Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't even exist in the great empire of Japan is just breaking the rules. Ha ha ha. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? She's gonna drink out of it. Well, yes, I don't see, why not? Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Damn this bitch. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games, these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. Also, yeah, England's an island. Bitch. I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers! Wait! No, oh no! No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Damage. It's a different glass. Drink from the other glass. The glass is poisoned. Goodness. That's one of the oldest murder mystery tricks ever, is that it's the glass and not the drink that's poisoned. Whatsoever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? Ha 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 ha! You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course. That's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Grrr, man. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett. I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've got more than enough of my time for the furtherance of the friendship between our countries. Ah, yes, dear lady. Most gratified with all the assistance you've given me. That doesn't make sense. By the way, the reason why I'm so focused on the glass is because she hid the glass. Had to have been poisoned in that bottle. So how? How'd she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for an interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, doesn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Come on, Ryunosuke. We have all the clues now. The bottle of water contains no poison. As I thought, there is no poison in that bottle. What? Why? Isn't it obvious? If there was poison in there, she'd be dead. Sometimes your unadulterated naivety really astounds me. Sometimes it's in need of a good staining. So it's as dark as your uniform, the ways of the world. Oh, is that what this color is supposed to be represent? That was a guile sending you a promising line of inquiry counsel for which you will be. No, wait, really? She hit the glass! Okay, it contains poison. Culprit did put curare poison in Wilson's carbonated water. The defense uses to change his position. Serious? It's the open wound then. Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way. I mean, we just saw. Drinking the water from it? That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? She hid the glass to hide her presence, you're right. You need to think through all the things that don't quite add up, one by one. I'm sure the answer is the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. Has to be. Very well. The defense truly intends to assert this claim. I must ask you to support the assertion with the evidence. What explains how this witness was able to consume the supposedly poisoned water unscathed?
Yes! Objection!
It's not a valid explanation. Oh, wait, no, this is the only part of Phoenix Wright I don't like, which is I thought it was going to go to the part where it needs to be an open wound, but I need to actually put the tooth surgery for it instead. They don't speak English. The report's utter gibberish. Trying to ridicule the court. Not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. Just reading her notes. I concur. The report's too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. Direct us to the pertinent section counsel. Which section of the report reveals the alleged answer to the riddle? I was right! Special characteristics! We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison. And it's left me curious about something. Oh, Council? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years. Place the heads of the arrows that they shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of the hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to catch and eat? Yes, good point, yes. So surely hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because then they'd be eating poison. Good gracious, Council. No, that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in the research report. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound? I see, that makes sense. Yeah, mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. What? Miss Brett! You authored this research. You knew curare's special characteristics. And you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little... I knew it! Rapscallion! Well, Ryunosuke, it turns out you're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be.
Objection!
All this poison talk's fascinating, I'm sure, but I fail to see how it possibly... So the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. It's in fact he read in a book. I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. Ooh, makes you only look silly. What are you trying to say? Schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brains managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric succus. Oh yes, well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? Yeah. So, if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor wouldn't have died when he swallowed it, would he? Ah, that's right. Good gracious. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? Order in the court! The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. Are you trying to suggest? Yes, the curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that! What is this welling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey!
Objection!
Yeah! I don't think so, Ms. Giselle Brett! How dare you use that tone with me? You know very well that there's no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallow the same poison! You're alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead! Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. As we now know, this poison is completely harmless when ingested. Why would Dr. Wilson alone have been killed by the curare? Because of his dentist appointment! As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poison water? Inside? Yes, like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Ah! Miss Brett, you acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. Ah! So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Is she? Here it comes. Here it comes. Laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are also puerile. What do you mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. No! I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No! Wait, what just happened? It's the Englishwoman, she just smashed that bottle! In the Supreme Court, what a terrible blunder! Officer, what are you waiting for? Collect up as much of that water for that broken bottle as once! You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. How could you? You won't get away with this! You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know now, will we? If there really was poison in that bottle or not. You. And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I presume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me. So of course the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy. No! You killed the victim that day, using curare! And then, in order to frame Yunosuke Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, where you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun! Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see? You had every opportunity to commit this crime. Ha ha, ha ha. What a wonderful imagination you have. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Exactly! And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ah! It's unbelievable. How could this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really gonna get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yeah? You've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there's any clues left for us to use now, it must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan in her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Is Cosmo right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head? Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? There is a clue. Actually, Cosmo, I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think there might have uncovered another clue. He was shot from the front and then fell over and bled onto the stake, and that's how he burned his hand. Aha! You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Come on then, let's wipe that smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence! Alright, I can't wait! I'm not even gonna try. It's been bugging me for a while that something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. The clue that shows Dr. Wilson's real killer must have been the blood.
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this. Yes? What is it? Oh, he's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wondered, therefore, is it perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime? Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day?
Objection!
Wait a minute. Where are you going with this? Where are you going with this, little boy? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate the steak was served on was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at that photograph and the relative position of everything there. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the front, there's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Ah! Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Paige, could I ask you a small favor? Can I have a glass of water? Yeah, of course. For blood to have made it on the plate, it implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor. As you... Giselle Brett! Beg your pardon.
Objection!
This is beyond ridiculous, thank you. I gotta finish this case. I have no idea. It's the longest tutorial thing ever in all Ace Attorney history. Yep. Fabricated not. I thought it was gonna do like 2.5, 3 hours. Oh no, she poisoned me! Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing? This could be the moment that my entire career with the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean? Yes! I took the plate! In the interest of preserving evidence of the scene of the crime. I took it, meat and all! And I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. You did what? I took the steak that you've been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak the sergeant had been eating. And I did it all in the name of justice! Stole a bunch of evidence. That's weird. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there was a blood stain on Mr. Brett's plate. Sorry, Miss Brett's plate. We must examine it now! Look at the plate! Does the plate have blood on it? Inspector! The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table immediately! Yes, sir! Sorry for the delay. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector. The blood, man! Show the court! Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. There's no blood! No blood. No blood anywhere. But no, that's impossible! I know I saw it, I'm sure of it. There was blood there. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There's blood on the side of the plate! Haha, what an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see? This is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. Bitch, you are a racist! Ah! Couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace of the Empire. Fuck you too, Archie. I believe we may have finally reached the conclusion of this trial. Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at a courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. Ha! Sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. Sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again. Be my guest. The play I saw, or thought I saw, just a figment of my imagination? This is it now. I've lost. Wait a second. Wait a second! Big bite on the bottom. The coin! He dropped it under a steak! This is the wrong plate! It's a Koban coin! And the hallmark from the Hoei era, I believe. No, what is it? I mean, what's it doing here? The plates got switched! Yeah, it's a Hoei Koban, yeah. Apart from the meat juice, looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This is the first time today that there's been talk of a Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and bouillon. That's really good. I don't think you ever will again. It's extraordinary, though. This means... I certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. It's from the Hoei era, too. That would make it really quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices as well. Look. What? Are you thinking of eating it? No. The next time I order steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. A Koban coin underneath the steak. There's only one logical explanation. It's not over yet. Not until the final gavel. Huh? Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Segi, no. Segi, no! Segi! Believe in myself, really? Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. I just did! I presume that any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? Bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Can this plate of steak reveal any other clues at all? There's another clue! Ah! Your Excellency, please. The plate of beef is hiding another clue! Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth! The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beefsteak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I'll not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. I'm sorry, Miss Brett. We must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I'll not give a ruling until I'm completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Now she's just some bitch. Counsel for the defense. You will now clearly show the court what you are alluding. Where precisely on this plate of beef is the new clue to be found? Dead fucking center! Huh? What the? Wait, why are you pretending like you didn't know this? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. No, I don't mean what it is. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the meat juices, it looks to be in good condition. That's just very valuable. This isn't the first time today. Okay, so I did it too soon. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion and bouillon. And I don't think you'll ever hear again. You were wrong. You were wrong. It's extraordinary, though. This means... Oh man, I totally screwed this up. I went too fast. I'm too smart. Thank you, darling. Are you eating my hamburger? Yeah, Koban steak. There's only one explanation. Good God, good gracious, that's... Koban? What on earth? Ha! Hoei Era 1 at that. Miss Brett, this is in fact the beefsteak you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden under the meat? What a ridiculous question. How shall I know? Never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what it is, and I want no part of it. I don't even know what a coin is. British don't even use money. We use pip-pips. I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat! That could simply have been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction.
Objection!
Ah. Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe this happened by accident in the kitchen. A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be underneath that piece of steak. But this turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll rip up my tickets to Great Britain right now! He's right. Can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency! Yes, Counsel? A rare Hoei Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. This turns out to be irrelevant to the case. I'll give him my lawyer job right now! By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway. Perhaps, little boy, you should realize that it's you who is irrelevant. Ooh, damn. Even though I'm the one on trial here. Point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of the Koban that was found underneath the beefsteak is... this old guy! Obviously, it can only be the antique stealer and owner of Rasute, Kurio Kurakuta-san. I think. Curie, as in Mr. Cucumber something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. I'm sure there's 10 puns I'm missing here. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Remember, guys, there's no such thing as a coincidence.
You are seeing this right now.
You are
We are energetically aligned.
aligned.
Your eyes will make them.
That guy's pretty good. I hope he got better in the hospital.
I'm sure he's fine.
At exactly the moment the gun was fired. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed. The Hoei Koban, your prized coin. This Koban, do you mean to tell me? No, please. Why would this Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beef steak and its plate? Makes no sense. Which is why I'm asking to bring him back to the witness stand so we can ask him. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. I cannot believe this case is still going. Without a moment's delay. I can't believe we come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch, a strong hunch, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find it as a key element of the case. Oh my god, they're all on the stand at once! What's this all about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize it's dinner time for little baby Ido? I do not realize that, sir. When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police, we were. Like miserable dogs, forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man in a trice, worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun is set on this recipe shop owner's existence. Is it me, Cork? Damn, this dog is crazy. Ah! Be it that as it may, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your recipe memory serves, have you ever seen this Ooh, ah! That's it! The very exact one that it is! The resplendent, splendiferous Hoenn treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace on that fateful day! It can't be. As I thought. Oh, that's the wrong button. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Where? Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwich between a beef steak and his plate, soaking in the seasoned meat juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident, which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my Hoenn treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. No. Probably not. Excuse me. Could I say something? But of course. Ooh. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on in the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Yes. Right, the secret undercover operation. For the restaurant. The Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It's a restaurant! For Westerners! Come on down to the restaurant.
All you want, so be Wested.
It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. Wicked crimes indeed. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? Yes, I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flush out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work at the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Korakuta's Koban, Korakura-san's Koban, Jesus shit, is all too clear. What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Tell us, who's the despicable scoundrel that stole the Koban and hid it under the steak? I have no idea. I have no idea who stole the Koban. It was you!
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be you. Sergeant Espinosa, you were too poor to buy that coin in the first place, and you complained of not having enough money to feed your kids. What? How? How dare you? You monster. Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of the Carnival, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido! Ah, it was the baby! The baby was the mastermind! The baby was behind it all! You push the blame of your crimes onto your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Noza! Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Ieyasu Noza preparing to stand down to the Supreme Court, sir. We defeated him. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it suspects to keep this country safe? I knew it. I understand the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place. And I have heard it's hard for lower-ranking officers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant. The place is heaving money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. I enjoyed chopping my way through a good steak at the same time. It sounds like he doesn't really bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. Your target that day was the old man and his koban. Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. Huh, veritable phantom thief you are. I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Bang! Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. Ido, too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it underneath the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it at a later date. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time? Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear. Fuck off. How rude of us. Yeah. I'm sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentlewoman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. Theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant, who would appear to be generally unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, huh? Well, oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. Not just yet. One more thing. And good day. Fuck you, bitch. You feel it? You feel that drop out? What's the matter with you? It's no time for daydreaming. Oh no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words got me thinking. Can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. That's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard! Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late, the trial will be over.
Hold it!
Wait! Miss Brett! What is it now? I'm afraid, just one last time. There's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about? Inosuke. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. As for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Yes, I'm right. What she said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. Gonna need to see evidence, counsel. Miss Brett's words are truly contradictory. Where is the evidence to prove it? Now I gotta figure out if it's the crime scene photograph. Or the plate of steak. That's a bite mark. I'm gonna save because I think it's the photo, but I mean we're all aware that she's talking about the wrong steak. I'm gonna use the steak. Fuck it.
Take that!
The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed? Yes, go on. There's no cut marks on that steak! More accurately, Your Excellency. Steak was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge, where it's been eaten. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She's a refined English woman herself. Then take a good look at this steak, in particular the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Oh. Ah! It looks like Miss Brett's realized something. If the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all! But what's your actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was ravenously hungry. Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. Of course, of course. This will all be over in a blink of an eye. Rest assured, I'm about to put this rookie in his place. Just leave everything. I've heard it. Damn, bird. Heard enough! You are a irritating little spectacle samurai relic. Of course. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Clearly, the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implication these teeth marks on the steak have for her. I do know where I'm going with this. That's not her steak! Yes, now at last, it's all come together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with the cutlery. The reason why the blood stain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks on the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting this tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean the evidence does not exist.
Attention!
This is absurd. The trial's run several hours already. Yeah, I know! And you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward? There can't be. I don't believe you have it. I don't, but there's somebody who does have it. Someone in this very courtroom. And if that person's willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well. I have a feeling this will be my last request of the defense in this trial. Who possesses the conclusive evidence that will reveal the truth about the whole affair? It's Satoru Hosonaga!
Take that!
The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? That's ridiculous. I'm dying of TB. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on the stake with the teeth marks. Yes? Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following, that I enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Kudo-san's coin, told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch it, Cadet. Superior Officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the stake that you put the coin under, in fact, your own stake? Shit. Affirmative, of course! I might be a soldier in the Imperial Army, but still. Not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the stake that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's.
Attention!
But that makes no sense. The plate was taken from the victim's table.
Attention!
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. Even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest the sergeant switched the two steaks over. You did switch the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced that he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have! I never saw you do such a thing! I was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable! Forever, however, fear not. Prosecutor. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform. That's all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sarge!
Yes!
So, if Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over, it means he took Miss Brett's steak and the plate it was on back to his own table. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. To preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot! What can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why the steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you. No, these alliterations are hard. You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Tis thinks she remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. I believe the defendant's memory serves him well. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, you will show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. Oh. Sorry for keeping you. The blood! Here's the other steak and its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. The blood stain. It's clearly visible, look!
Yes!
Now this makes everything clear. This blood you see on the side of the plate shows that the moment of the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Ah! It is. It can't be. It can't be. This is impossible. In fact, there's only one person who could have possibly shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Ugh. Oh, not quite yet. That's right. Miss Giselle Brett. It's you! Got her. Outdone by Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No, no, no! Please excuse my little outburst. Briefly lost my composure. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentleman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett? I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth this time. Oh, gladly, Your Excellency. One more. It was I who took the professor's life. Oh, no! Fuck it! I beat her! Using Karare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one very important reason. The professor had a dentist appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. She planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because Karare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water, and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he had been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that could happen, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter, but the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man? I happen to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. I had the bottle of curare in my handbag. And my own pistol concealed underneath my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were 2 guns. Yes. And then I finished off my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Place where you were sure that I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I'd intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, bang. That's when you shot the professor with your own gun, even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor in his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he'd picked up the gun. So there you have it. That's the entirety of my misdemeanor. Misdemeanor? Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? Shall call on you. What the fuck? Thank you. Good day then, everybody. Hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Are you gonna be a problem? She again disappeared. The women have ghost powers. Would seem this trial has finally run its course. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be. Aoshi does not lose, not to the likes of this rookie student. Better start getting used to tough opposition. Ah! Yonosuke Naruhodo, I hate you! What, yeah? Yeah, what is it? This insult to the Aoshi family name. It'll never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Council, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Are you gonna pull your sword, dude? Jesus. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Do not pull your sword. What are you doing? Thousand millennia may pass, and still the Aoshi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. Oh, no. They are descendants. Go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being... Oh my god, I just got it. His fucking name is Ouchie. The prosecutor's name is Ouchie. And in the fucking... modern era, the guy you was Prosecutor Payne. Yeah, it means I see, right? That's also Phoenix's name in Japanese, I think. Yeah. Supposedly. But it's just Nick in olden times. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it has only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance over here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and procure new procedures of justice. A new future law awaits, but what will it look like? I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Asugi. Yes. After this trial, you are sent to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything in the wider world that you're able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Ah, never mind. As for you, Yurunosuke Naruhodo, oh yes, in you I sense, how can I put it, unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, not guilty. Yay, huzzah. Hooray. This court's now adjourned. All right. I wanted to get to the not guilty. Oh, we did it. We saved. Hey. Hey. You want your binky? You want binky? Go get. All right. Okay. I did it. Chapters 5 minutes more. Okay, fine. I can't believe it. I can't believe what happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Cosmo. Ha 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 ha. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Good afternoon. All your hard work was certainly paid off. Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result, too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do anything. Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Oh, yeah. Of course. Forgive me for intruding on the court proceedings, Your Excellency. Sato Kodoba, Judicial Assistant of the Defense. Your dad's the professor. That's right. Speaking of Kodoba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations, Arnold. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it was I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts to expose the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yeah, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably, that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you worked together. Never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Asuki. Great Britain's a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, law. Yeah, none of that's true. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear, the spirit of the Soga clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, by the way. You can't do that. You're not allowed to do that. They don't even like nunchucks. Of course I am. You're fucking crazy. Japanese man's katana is his soul, even though this takes place in the Taisho era, which would have outlawed samurai swords, and you're not supposed to have it. Cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? To Giselle Brett, I mean? After all, she's guilty of murder. Oh yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. She'll be leaving Japan in the near future for Shanghai. What? Shanghai? She will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? Why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. Must congrat. But what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We can't try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? Then who? Who's gonna bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. But why consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Then so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments, they can't invoke a consular court just like that! Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our government's making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan, huh? Afraid that for the young student? Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. Don't believe it. British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. It's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil. This new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yeah, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But Professor, you're right. There's no time for gloomy faces. Let's get ripped. Let's get fucking ripped because we're not guilty. In that case, might I suggest the Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drink. Yeah, don't worry about it. But you're... Hey, look at that! Aren't you a detective, Hosonaga-san? Aren't you? Yes, I also have horrible TB. Let's not worry about details for now.
Tuberculosis?
He clearly has tuberculosis.
Dying?
He is dying.
Spreading it around?
Yeah, just spread it around. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. The Carnival's food, second to none. I shall go and tend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. Oh yeah, thanks.
That's incredibly fucked up.
So Giselle Brett won't be tried here. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Oh, I wouldn't count on that. Kazuma? Yeah, Ryunosuke? I just want to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. Ha 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 ha! I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? That defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I'll bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. Not so sure about that. To be honest, something's kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. What? Come on, man. Be real. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. You have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat. I never want to go through that again. That shit sucks. I just did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know what the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. Believe? What exactly? Defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like he believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human, just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe and stick to it when you're defending somebody. Sometimes in the courtroom, you can be really backed into a corner. In fact, you could say that you're all caps cornered. But being able to remain faithful to what you choose to believe in, even then. Well, that's not something anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client? That shit's for losers, actually. Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with a precious little real experience, but you never stop believing in me. Well, Zangief, stop eating that. He's eating a cable. And in the end, you found it through your own efforts. And because you never stopped believing in me. Don't stop believing. Thanks, Cosma. I appreciate you, man. I'm gonna be really sad when you die in like 35 minutes. Well, he's filling the Mia role, so I'm just assuming. And he's the one who's supposed to go to Great England for stuff, and I know that Naruhodo does. Something I want to ask you, Rinosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important. Zangief, no!
Oh, Zangief, stop it.
It sounds serious. What is it? Ah, you still here? Oh, yeah. Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thanks, we'll be right there.
Really freaking me out that he's got TV. Like, I'm really upset.
Paige, hold on. You're not gonna catch TV.
No, he's just infecting everybody. He's just hanging out.
He could have a horrible congenital lung problem. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Yeah, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Cosmo. Professor Makotoba. Susato-san, who acted as my assistant. Even this idiot. Didn't really play much of a part, but still. It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Cosma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. And I'd never find out what it was. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. Yay!
Not for you, Zangief.
Yay!
I thought it was for him.
Oh. So that's great, Ace Attorney. That's the first case of 5. But there's actually... Oh man, this is the trip to England. This is arrival to England. The Clouded Kokoro. And then ooh. That's a good final case name. And also there's a second game in there. Kokoro means heart. So if you were really upset, you could say that your Kokoro is Brokoro. All right. My throat hurts.
I know, right?
Oh. People want me to do more. And I'm like, I don't know. I literally don't know if I can do more. You know?
You know, now I've noticed, oh, my mic's not on, but I've noticed that when other people do this, they usually have 1 to 2 other people doing voices with them. Sometimes. I think that would be really helpful, but... What? What?
That'd be helpful.
Yeah. We can talk about it.
Okay, well, we'll talk about it. And that means I would owe you one.
It's true.
Yeah.
You could get me a shiny present for my birthday.
I'm being blackmailed here.
Yeah.
This is extortion.
No.
This is fiance extortion. I'm good at acting? Yay. It's because I'm not a human. I just pretend to be a human on TV. All right. I don't know why. I just felt that would be funny to do. Let's thank people. Let's thank Misty Mountains for subbing. Thanks, Natalie. Appreciate it. Forgot to put my Prime sub through. There we go. Fixed it. Appreciate it. Mask of Michael kicked in 500 bits. Thank you, Michael. Hello, I'm MC Canadian Stereotype. I'm about to get started, so let me get off the ice, but I don't want any trouble, and I'm always polite. Now let's hop. Oh, this is supposed to rhyme. Now let's hop on my snowmobile, and I will tell you what I like. But first, I'll turn off curling and turn down Avril Lavigne. That does not rhyme. That's not her name. Her name.
I know, but you gotta say it
No.
like it is.
Et je vais dire en phrase français parce que si on est bilingue. Oh boy, I fell off my igloo and I hurt my knee. Let's go to the hospital. Don't worry, here in Canada, it's free. That's like a John LaJoie bit. Is it a John LaJoie bit? Sounds like one. Mighty Max kicked in a sub. Thanks, Mighty Max. Mothman sub. Hey, Pat, keep up the good work. And Pet Cat Dog. Big shout out to everybody in the Tabletop Gaming channel for enduring my Magic the Gathering shenanigans. Shame on you. Shogun Nuntu asked, Shogun Nuntu subbed, when's Monster Hunter Stories coming back? When I fucking die and go to hell. John at Dawn sub, thank you. Sayan Shoto sub says Pat isn't a lawyer, but he plays one on stream. Kinda. Like an anime lawyer. Tren sub, thanks for being cool. Thanks, man. I am cool. Furious Furioso sub, so to Medjed, thank you. And Anticrust sub for 45 months says, thanks, Pete. Cool. Copper Tucker sub for 2 years. What is this nonsense? Glad I've been around for this long. Here's to many more. Keep up the great work. I love your work, Pat. Thank you. Coffee Kaiju sub. Loving this beautiful headband blowing in the wind inside the courtroom. Happy Dick Twist Tuesday. Yeah. Queequeg Theater sub. 25 is 5 5s. That's right. That's 5 and 5 is 2 5. I did it. Aoko kicked in $5 to give me a Death's Door non-spoiler tip. Health recovery seeds are part of the collectibles, but the collectible itself is actually planting all the seeds in all the pots. Thank you. Patriot Renegade sub. Thank you, Patriot. Brave Robin kicked in 500 bits. Huzzah. Oh, no, wait. That's not an exclamation. That is the dog's name. Haza, our younger family dog, has lost 3 pounds. He is now only 97 pounds. That's a big poocher. Robin also subbed for 6 months. 1 more month till premature birth. That's gross. Don't do it. Lelouch the Rebel subbed. Hey, Pat, what are some good Canadian shows or movies in your opinion? I know about Red Green, TBP, and Letterkenny, but I want to know what an actual Canadian thinks. I would say the early Tom Green show.
Trailer Park Boys. Ow.
I would say the early Tom Green show is like an absolute fucking trip because it looks like the Eric Andre show and Jackass like 15, 20 years ahead of those things by some fucking asshole in his parents' basement in Ontario.
He asked for Canadian shows.
Yeah.
Trailer Park Boys.
But then there's Trailer Park Boys.
100% Trailer Park Boys.
Trailer Park Boys is like a documentary. I'm not even joking. Dr. Dinka sub. What's funnier, Pemis or Monkey? Pemis. Just Magukit sub. Thank you. Calder Gaming subbed. Jacob Shun? Don't get it. Thank you. Persona EX subbed. Says Big Titty Weed. I think you sub with that message every time.
As well they should.
All right, good. Good for you. Cheeky TV sub. Nothing to say except take money. Thank you. I appreciate the money. Hatterack Prime sub. So to Andy Filter. And Monster Envy, who says, hey, Pat, back after a while. Enjoying the new Ace Attorney. It's great. Ranryu sub for 38. I won't bring it up again because I don't want to be annoying, but Megalobox 2 wrapped up a couple weeks ago if you're still interested. Thank you. Now would be the good time for me to actually check it out. And Lemon Rind subbed. How much? Oh, shit. Ooh. His name is Watson. Who names their dog Huzzah? I don't know, man. How much do we need to donate to have you keep doing Ace Attorney? Or possibly do a charity stream. Possibly, maybe, perhaps. I don't know. Incentive is not the problem. Throat power is the problem.
He's got a lot of that 'cause he's a slut. But
Good job on your new turkey.
thank you.
All right, that's it for me. I don't know who we're going to raid, and I'm going to have 60 seconds to figure it out. Bye. Wait, I'm doing the intro as the outro now. Bye.